Look at that cute. Look at that baby. So we're back for another sleepless night. Hopefully they resolve this stuff soon so we don't have to live like this, because I'm not getting a lot of sleep lately because of all of this. We got everyone here. We got Loki. We got Nika. We got this one. Say hi.
Hi.
We got them. We're all here tonight to see what kind of tale unfolds for the evening. So last night there was a lot of stuff going on around here. We had some, I guess, some shootings happening down the road. There's a terrorist organization and military, and they were having a battle. I don't know, we don't know how many casualties there were or anything. If you look it up in the news, it says it's been resolved. It hasn't. They just shut down the schools and everything in our neighborhood as of today, so I would think that it's not resolved. So the battle continues. So I guess for now we'll turn the camera around. Not much to see at the road right now, but if any military personnel come driving by, I'll whip it around quickly. Oh, we're crooked. Just let me get this set up a little better here. That's crooked again. I'm not a very good cameraman. This is not my calling, that's for sure. There we go. Nice and stable, somewhat straight. Best it's gonna get. If we can keep those lights on, we'll be all set. So yeah, so tonight, I don't know. I don't know what's gonna happen here. We got the van ready to go. We're ready to bug out at any moment. If we see any action happening, then we'll be on the road, fleeing this area, because we don't want to be here if anything goes down. I wish I had her energy. She dances in circles to turn the light on. Wish I was young again. So we posted a video a little earlier on showing the sounds anyway from last night and what was going on.
Here.
Wait, honey, for a second. Okay, thank you. So yeah, we made a video showing the noise that was going on with the shootings and everything. So you might want to check that out. It's on our channel under shorts. We'd like them to be able to resolve this problem so that we can actually sleep at night and feel a little more content, because we lack the security that we really need to. Well, I mean, there's not really any security for this. If you have a bunch of guys with guns, you're not really going to defend against them, no matter what you do. So you pretty much need your own army. So really our only option is just to get out of here. Unstable. Yeah, so our only option is just to run away, I guess. But hopefully it doesn't come to that. I guess our first indication that anything's going on is there'd be an immense amount of traffic starting out of nowhere. We'd see a lot of vehicles going by coming from that area. So I guess if we see that, then we will just join the parade. Head the same direction as them. I'll point the camera that way so you can see little Loki there. That's our new puppy. No, you can't see him. That's our new puppy. He's 4 months old now. We're going to breed this one and the other one that we have and make puppies. And maybe keep one of those ones too. We'll sell the other ones and keep the best of the litter. We definitely need more lighting out here. Maybe we'll just switch over to the road because the street lamps at least light it up over there and there's a little more to see. We can see the traffic go by. Like this tricycle. I guess it's a motorcycle. Hey guys, you can always throw something in the chat. I'm right here to read it. So this is a little better than last night. Last night we had absolutely no traffic going by, and it was really creepy because it's not normally like that. Normally you see a vehicle every couple of minutes go by at least. So Robert says, so what do these gangs down the road? Did you know that this stuff could be possible when you bought the land to build a home? To live and deal with this crap long term. Well, here's the funny thing. When we were looking for land here, I was trying to look up in the mountains, kind of in that area actually, and my told me something about rebels and stuff like that, and told me that we don't want to live there because of that, and I just kind of shrugged it off like nothing. Didn't really think anything of it. And then now here we are in this situation. So yeah, no, I wasn't expecting this. It didn't really occur to me that this would happen. It turns out that the group there is they're they're named as a terrorist group by the government anyway. A communist terrorist group is what they called them. I really don't know what their mission is, what their purpose is, or anything like that. Um, I do know that in the past that group has been known to extort money and exploit different things to make money, of course, but I don't know much about them. Actually, I can look up the name of them. Well, maybe it's better not to name them. We'll just leave it at that. No sense making them popular and putting a spotlight on myself. But we got a notice today from the barangay director stating that school is suspended indefinitely until this whole situation is clarified. We had to pick the kids up at noon today because they canceled school early. So the kids are home until this is resolved, I guess. Now I did look it up online, and there is information, well, a little bit of information online, and on the information online it says that it's already been resolved and that the group had withdrawn from the fight. But I don't believe that because the information that I obtained today is that those shootings last night, the guns that were going off last night was a response from the group ambushing a bunch of military guys and gunning them down. So we have no idea how many casualties there are, but there's definitely casualties. Is this the same gang that kidnaps a lot of foreigners and brings them deep in the woods of the Philippines and holds them for massive ransom, among other things? Well, I really hope not. I'm not aware of them doing that. I know that they, well, I don't know, from what I was told, they have been known to take hostages in situations like what's going on right now, but I don't think that they target foreigners in particular. I've never felt unsafe being here. I don't feel that I'm singled out at this moment. I feel that we're just as much risk as anyone else. But I could be wrong. I don't know. We'll find out. I mean, if you look at our house isn't finished. It doesn't look like we're rich because we're not. We haven't finished our house because we don't have the budget to finish it right now. So I don't know if they came here, maybe they'd be willing to help us finish the house. They'd feel sorry for us. I'm not sure. Robert, I think you're my number one viewer. I can't sneak in a live stream anytime, and you're right there. It's nice to have a loyal viewer. When all else fails and I have one viewer, it's you. I don't know what else to talk about here, guys. Just waiting to see something happen here. This morning I did see some Policia trucks going by. There were three of them, and they were full of military soldiers. That's all I've really seen for today. Thanks, fellow Arby's lover. You know what? I went to Canada. I was there last month. I only got Arby's one time, and it wasn't that good. I was really disappointed with it. Oh, that's what it was. I got a chicken bacon Swiss, and they forgot the bacon. So disappointing. How much sleep did I end up getting last night? I fell asleep about 5 o'clock this morning when daylight started hitting, and I don't know, I slept for maybe 3 hours. And then today I tried to sleep and I didn't get any, so yeah, I'm a little bit wired right now. A little underslept. But this is boring pointing at the road. Maybe we should just go in the house where it's a little bigger. I'll put myself on camera for a while. You guys can see my grubby face. What are you doing? I don't know what you're playing with. I can't see. It's dark in here. Oh, there we got light. Let's see what you're doing. Are you drawing on the floor?
No.
Oh my goodness.
No,
Huh? What a messy girl you are. Here's Loki. He looks really bored. Oh, the light went off. All right, let's get in where there's some light. Welcome to my messy garage. Show the inside of the house if you can, because I've not seen it. Well, it's not going to be very bright, but I'll take you for a little tour here. This is the front porch. Very dark. We don't have a lot of lighting yet. We're working on it, but we just have basic lights right now. So this is the main living area. Got a scaffold in here for doing the way up there. So up there at the top, there's 3 vent windows, and the idea is to let the heat dissipate out of the house. In here we have the 2 kids' rooms. Very dark once again. There's a kid in there somewhere. And the bathroom. This is much better to do in the daytime. I can do another video in the day for you. Show you around. And this is our messy kitchen. Wasn't ready. we weren't really prepared to do a tour. So that's our kitchen. This will be our dining room. And then this area here is going to be our living room. I'm going to build a 4-foot high wall around the living room area, just leaving a walkway in behind here. And just to kind of close it off a little bit and make it separate from the rest of the house. And then if we move our way here, let's see, that has the most light. This is our master bedroom here. And we got lights all the way around the room here. Our messy bedroom. Everything's messy in this house. And then bathroom. Not much to see in there. And that's my secret door that's not secret yet. So the idea is I'm going to cover this whole wall in something, I don't know what yet, and make this door disappear so that it is like a hidden room. Right now it's not so hidden, it's kind of visible. Hope that's a good enough tour. Can't do much more because it's dark in here. Daytime is much better to be able to see everything. Cool. Can you push? You push me? I got an assistant now. She's going to push me out. That makes it easier. It's really hard to hold the camera and wheel all at the same time, one-handed. I'm gonna go there to the bench. Oh, I just lost the base. Can you get that? Just put it up there, please. Thank you. Thank you, sweetheart. Lost the base off my phone holder. All right, let's flip this around. There, here I am. Sorry to shock you guys. I should have warned you. What do you got there?
Soft.
Cloth, yeah. It's soft, yeah. What are you doing with it? What are you doing with it? Playing with it? Yeah. Say hi to everybody. You're less camera shy than I am. Hmm? And are you on 100% solar or city electric? Central air conditioning or wall unit? We are strictly on solar. And the only room that has an air conditioner is my office. Oops. Come on, switch over. My office, and that's the aircon for my office. And that's the only room that's air conditioned in the house. Because we have all open windows and no doors. So then there's really no point in doing that. Trying to air condition the house, we'd have to do a lot of work. And insulation is really difficult to come by here too. So you're gonna have a lot of stress on the air unit just to try to cool the house down without the insulation. So we just decided to do one room, and that's the office. There's a doggy door leading into the office, so the dogs can go in and cool down anytime they want. The air conditioner is automatic, So it comes on during the day. It shuts off at night because the solar won't be able to keep up with it. We don't have that big of a battery. Um, so it's on a timer, so it shuts off at regular time during the day. I think it's at like 5 o'clock. It turns on again at like 8 in the morning. That way the dogs can stay cool because they don't like the climate here too much. It gets pretty warm for them, so that way they can stay cool and they have somewhere to hide from the heat. You organizing tools? We should just watch her. She's way more entertaining than I am. We'll switch the camera around and watch her. She's got lots of energy. She's very amusing. All done now? Yeah? Now what are you going to do? Are you supposed to be sleeping? I guess you don't have school tomorrow, so it doesn't matter, huh? No school tomorrow? You're so lucky. School's always canceled here anyway. They cancel school for rain, they cancel school for sun. It doesn't matter. They come up with excuses for the kids not to be in school. I guess you have to have some kind of excuse. In Canada, we have snow days. Here's something coming. That's an ambulance. Just went by. We have snow days in Canada, so I guess to make up for it, they have hot days. Days when it's just too hot to go to school. I do understand it though, because a lot of the kids are walking to school here. And the schools are not air conditioned, so it's pretty rough on them when it's hot. Sweating all day in school, it's not really fun. You can't learn much when you're sweating.
There's eating grass.
Yeah.
So they can play.
You did what so they can play?
We have grass so they can play.
Yeah. Do you like that you're not going to school tomorrow? You wish you were going to school? Can't hear you. Yeah? You miss school? You're not like kids in Canada at all. Every kid in Canada wants any excuse not to go to school. I was one of them. Robert says, well, at least you have one unit so the pets and you guys can at least go in and cool off every once in a while. Yeah, I'm really the only one that normally uses it. My wife seldom ever goes in there. She's used to the heat. She doesn't mind the heat. There was one day that she overheated and went in there when I was gone from here. But for the most part, she is pretty tolerant to the heat. I am too, actually, for the most part. I'm quite tolerant to it. Now, I found it difficult to deal with the cooler nights in Canada when I was there. Like we're talking like August. It's not really that cool at night, but it cools down a lot more than here. Here, like I mean, it's nighttime here, but I'm still pretty warm. It's still pretty hot here. You still break out in a sweat pretty easily. Sweetheart, do you think you can go and get Daddy a Pepsi, please?
Wait.
What are you doing, Loki? Loki, Loki? Loki, Loki? Hi, baby. What are you doing? Come say hi. What are you doing, puppy? This is such a good little dog. I love this dog. He's got a funny walk. I'm hoping that that's going to clear up. I think it's just that he's growing so fast, but he has a funny walk to him. He waddles like a duck in his back end, and I'm hoping that clears up as he gets bigger. I think it's just because he's a large breed, and his legs are growing out of proportion to the rest of his body. I hope that's the case anyway. So the traffic seems to be stopping. It's not that late, but they're slowing down quite a bit. Last night I did a search on Google and just tried to do a direct route to the city, and it wouldn't let me go directly to the city. It was giving me a big long detour around in a circle, and I'm wondering if they had the road blocked off there. Because there was Google was not giving you a direct path to it. So I don't know what that was all about. And we haven't been to town today to even see if anything like that's going on. There's a few vehicles still going by. Mostly what you see people driving here is motorcycles and tricycles. They're cheap on gas, and surprisingly you could fit a lot of things and a lot of people on a tricycle. A tricycle is just basically a motorcycle with a sidecar. Well, I can't really show you the Jeep because it's hiding behind wood there, but this whole Jeep body was delivered on a tricycle, which is just insane. They had it tilted up sideways and brought 6 guys to carry it off, and somehow they managed to do it. Oh, there's my delivery girl. Thank you, sweetheart. Thank you. Dalilan. Okay. I have my own personal assistant opening my bottle for me. Oh, you did it. Good job. Thank you, honey. Huh? Your hand is cold, yeah. So I think what I'll do tonight is I'm just going to leave the camera rolling, and so if anyone wants to check in and see what's going on, they can. Maybe see some action happen. That's the puppy barking. Trying to get the big dog to play with him. Your new hat?
This is a lot of cigarettes.
Yeah. Are you cleaning up bottles for me?
Yeah.
Oh, you're such a sweetheart. Thank you. So how's everybody doing out there? Send a message in the comment. Tell me where you're from.
Hey.
Mm-hmm.
That.
Oh, Robert's leaving. Okay. Well, have fun on your camping trip. And the cell service sucks. Well, you might miss something then. Who knows? Anyway, have fun on your camping trip. Don't freeze out there. I know it's not too cold yet, but it's getting there, especially at nights.
There's no more space.
No more what, honey?
No more.
No more? All done now?
No more, but there's still two.
Yeah.
But there's no more space.
Oh, you can put them in there anyway. Just set them beside it. That's fine. Thank you, darling. Just cleaning up all my pop bottles. Everybody's quiet tonight. Nobody wants to talk. Chat me up, guys. Hmm?
I'm sitting up here.
Yeah. Going to a state park in Peru, Indiana. and it won't be cold. It's going to be around 84 every day. Of course, cooler at night. You're staying in a vehicle with air conditioning and heat anyway. Oh, that's not so bad. Staying in an RV. I don't miss cold weather, that's for sure. I'll take heat over cold any day. Oh, what's that coming? Something's coming. I'm really surprised with all the U.S. military that's based here that they haven't gotten them involved at all in this situation. Not saying they haven't, because maybe they have, but there hasn't been any sign of them. Mind you, they're stationed about 500 miles from here, 500 kilometers from here, I guess, 300 miles. It's gonna take them a little bit to get here, but okay, Robert, take care. Have a good trip there. Come on, Robert's leaving. I need somebody else to chat with me here. You can talk about anything, just throw a comment in. I find YouTube kind of amazing. I have my live feeds, and I know they're not the most entertaining, of course, but I get, an average of 10, 12, 20 viewers maybe. And then I watch YouTube and I see people that are sleeping and they have their camera pointed at themselves and they've got like 300 viewers. And find it really fascinating that so many people want to watch somebody sleep. I guess maybe they have insomnia themselves, so they figure if they watch somebody sleep, that'll make them feel better. I don't know. It's really hard to get views on this platform. And I realize it's not the best time of day because it's like 10 o'clock in the morning Eastern time. Yes, honey?
It gets a small one, get a small one. When you get a big one, because just catch that big one.
Yeah.
Get the big.
So I'd really appreciate your support, guys. If you can give me thumbs up and subscribe, that would be really nice. It would help boost our channel up a little bit and get us a little more popular, so that we can get on the chart here. We're pretty much solely dependent on this channel for our income and stuff, so the more people help us out, the better it is. If there's something you'd like to see a video made of something, throw it in the comment, tell me. Little Loki's all tired, playing too hard today. Are you playing hard today? Nobody on the chat wants to talk to me. Seems to be a pretty quiet night tonight. We'll see what happens, I guess. If you guys want to see what this is all about, I posted a video in under shorts, and it shows what's happening here. It'll be the latest video that's under shorts. Basically, just here. And if we see anything unusual happening, then we're going to bug out, get out of here. I'm gonna run away from this place. We don't have any other defense, so it's the only thing we can do. You gonna play with that? Yeah. It's okay. Well, I guess I'm gonna just set the camera up outside. We'll see what we can see as far as traffic on the road goes. I'll leave it rolling all night. And then we can monitor it too. Find a good place to put this so it doesn't fall down. This phone holder is very unstable. Just bear with me, guys. I'm just trying to stabilize this phone holder a little bit so it doesn't want to fall over. There we go. That'll be better. I can't get it to sit properly because this thing isn't level. Yeah, that's not so bad. Point it away from the light so it's not blinding the camera. And now we got two lights. That's not working too well. Maybe we'll just point at this light. I don't know where to go here. I guess we're just stuck with one light here, no matter what. Looks a lot brighter on screen than it actually is. And that's pretty normal. You hear motorcycles go by and people talking as they're driving. Oops, I just shut the camera off. Oops, there we go. That's the best as it's gonna get. Would anyone else like to live here? I think it's great living here. If I had bacon here, I'd be all set. It's the only thing I miss. I could do without the terrorist group, of course. It'll make me feel a little more comfortable. back here now. Hi, UP Tinkering. Um, I don't think they have it under control. Sorry, I don't think they have it under control because they just canceled the schools today. Um, I read on the internet that there was a settlement yesterday, and that um, the bad guys withdrew, is what it says. But then why was the schools canceled? So I don't think anything's resolved. I think it's still in the works, and I think they're just trying to make it so that people don't worry about it, people don't stress about it. I hope they, I hope people don't let their guard down too much, because that's a bad thing too. If people let their guard down, they think it's over, then a lot of people could get hurt as a result of it. Hope you're still there. And I appreciate you leaving us streaming on your device there to help us get our watch time in. Really appreciate that. This is a very stressful situation because we I haven't had much sleep between last night and tonight, and I've still got another 7 hours to go. See, I can't even talk right, and I just want this to end so that I can rest at night and have a good sleep and not worry about it. Hope everybody out there is having a great day or night, whatever time it is where you are. Feel free to jump in the comments and have a conversation. It'd be nice to have some company out here. I'm all alone. It'd be great to have somebody to chat with. I run out of things to say on my own. You can even just say hi on the comment. Tell me where you're from, something like that. I'm the only one out here while everybody's sleeping. Everybody's sleeping soundly, and I'm here being the protector, I guess, making sure we're safe. I guess that's more important than sleep. Anyway, much rather be tired than something bad happen to my family, for sure. Welcome back. I did answer your question, but I don't know if you were present at the time. What do we got coming here? Sounds like a heavy vehicle. He's going fast. Ambulance. UP Tinkering, did you hear my answer to your question? Okay. You weren't there. So I Googled this earlier, and according to the internet, the Facebook page, whatever you want to call it, for the police, they said that the issue is resolved and that the bad guys withdrew from the battle. But then we got a notice today. Our kids got let out of school early today. We had to go pick our kids up at noon, and we got a notice from the director of the barangay stating that the schools are closed until further notice, because of the threat and because of the danger involved in it. So I'm not sure why they would close the schools if the issue's been resolved. So I think that they're just, for the lack of better terms, blowing smoke up people's asses and trying to make people feel secure in their insecure world. But really all they're doing is causing people to let their guard down and not be careful, and more people could get hurt as a result of it. There was, I don't know if you know this or not, but there was a battle last night. I posted, like last night, I had a live video and showed the video of guns going off. And apparently that was an after attack from an original attack. I guess the, the terrorists had attacked a group of military that were just sitting in a covered court, relaxing or whatever they were doing, and I guess they ambushed them, and a bunch of people got killed. So then that incident was more military, I guess, fighting with the outlaws, we'll call them. So we don't know how many casualties there are in this country. It's kind of weird because, you know, you look at Western society, and if one person dies, it's all over the news. I mean, if you look at Charlie Kirk right now, he's globally known that he got assassinated. But you know, there could be dozens of people dead down there, and nobody knows anything about it. You know, and that's crazy. they just, I guess here people are just desensitized, and they treat it the same as if you run over a frog on the road. You're like, oh yeah, that was a frog I ran over, and then you just move on with your life and you don't think about that frog ever again. And they kind of treat people like that here, and that's really crazy. Looks like you and me are best friends, UP. Just you and me. Wish I had a more entertaining channel that people wanted to watch. You guys certainly don't want to hear me sing. And right now, this is kind of my priority. Just watching out for this. I was away from the camera for a while because I was just checking some stuff out and whatever. Trying to prepare, trying to be ready to go, so that if we have to fly out of here quickly, then we can. We got the van gassed up. It's backed in, so it's ready to move at any time. And everybody's aware that we might have to get up in the middle of the night and go for a drive. So we've got a plan in place with all of us, and we'll grab the kids, grab the dogs, throw them in the van, and away we go. The hardest one will be the puppy. He doesn't like car rides. He's not crazy about car rides, so it's going to be hard to get him quickly and get him in there. But we're not going to leave him behind, that's for sure. Love this puppy way too much. UP says, at least you're not right in the city where they would target first. You get at least a little head start on getting out of there if something really bad kicks off. Well, the geography here is, it's not the city that they're even, like, I guess, yeah, they would head for the city, but we're smack dab in the middle between them and the city. And the problem is, if history repeats itself, they tend to, I guess we'll use the word pillage, people's houses, and they've been known to take hostages and stuff along the way. So we really don't want to be in the middle of that. And this is the only road that goes out of here. From where they are to leave to go anywhere else, they have to go past our house. We have no other routes out of this place. I really don't like that. I don't like feeling like I'm on because it's a dead end road, basically. There's other little roads that shoot off, but nothing loops all the way around to get back to civilization again. So we have no escape route here. If the road ever like fell apart or something, let's say that there's I don't know, a washout and the road just collapsed, we'd be stranded here. We wouldn't be able to go anywhere because we can't get out. We can only go deeper into the mountains. We can't get into any cities from here. Now, not too far up the road, about halfway to the city, I guess it'd be about, sorry, I guess it'd be about a 6 or 7 minute drive up the road here. There's a highway that's newly built that crosses our road, and that at least is another way to get out if there's a problem between there and the city. But if it's between here and that highway, we're pretty much stuck. A lot of the Philippines is like this, especially in the remote areas. You'll find a lot of dead ends. Not like not like North America, where almost every road you go down is going to come to another road, and you can do a circle and get back out to where you started. Here it kind of just ends. At the end of this road is the mountains, so you can only go so far up there, and then the road just suddenly vanishes. I've actually been up there where this is all taking place. It's a very nice view from up there. I don't think I want to visit it right now. I think we'll refrain from that for a little bit. There's a nice swimming area up there. Don't really want to go swimming right now. I always thought this house, like, we don't, as you can see right on the camera here, we don't have much of a fence. Our fence is like, 3.5, 4 feet tall. I guess it's 4 feet tall. And we don't have much for security here either. But we do have a dog, and the dog is a very good protector. And people here are terrified of dogs, especially German Shepherds, especially dogs that are very alert with their ears up and they're alert looking around. They're terrified of that. And I have this dog trained on command to attack as well. So I feel quite confident in her. If I had a single thief or two people, trying to come into the property, I feel pretty confident that she will defend her property and not a problem. And now we got the puppy here too, so when he gets bigger, he'll also be a protector of the property. But you're not going to fight against a whole gang of guys with guns. I mean, there's no defense for that. It doesn't matter what you build, you're not keeping them out. And so your only option really is to leave. We'd probably stay somewhere right now, but we really don't have a place to stay where we could have, the kids and the dogs and all of us. There's 8 souls in our household total, so that's a lot for to find another place to stay temporarily. And I'm not going to leave the dogs behind, that's for sure. Maybe I'll go grab a flashlight and I'll turn the camera around here. We'll do something else rather than just stare at the road all night. How often does this stuff happen here? Well, this is the first time I've known about it. By what I was reading, the last time was 2021. I wasn't aware of any of this, or I might have reconsidered where we were going to live. I'm just going to grab a flashlight quick and we'll look around here. All right, I'm back. I got the flashlight. I figure we'll light Loki up here and you can see my little future protector. Oh, now he's gonna walk away. Of course. Of course, he goes to a different area. We'll just wait for a minute. He'll probably come back. He's chewing on a bone there, so he's just wandered off after the other dog because the other dog moved and he wants to know what she's doing. Loki, Loki. There you go. Hey, buddy. Go back chewing your bone. Go chewing your bone. You could be on YouTube. Wanted to see that, what that was. There's Loki. He's gonna be a big boy. He's just 4 months now. And his parents are both pretty big bone dogs. He's just a big teddy bear is what he is. He's a very good dog, very easygoing, laid back, relaxed, and but he's gonna be very scary looking to other people anyway, not to us. Right now he's kind of a chicken, but he'll toughen up as he gets older. He doesn't want to be in the spotlight. With the camera, then he moves. What a good little dog he is, though. I mean, most dogs are very destructive and they have a lot of bad habits. And him, he's just so easy to deal with. Such a good boy. It's a delight to have. I've had some pretty annoying dogs. I don't know, not annoying, determined dogs that were just troublemakers. Wanted to cause trouble all the time. Not this guy, he's pretty good. As you can see, his feet are huge. He's going to be a big boy. Don't do that on camera. And he likes catching bugs. That's his favorite hobby right now. Catch the bugs. He eats all our wolf spiders, so I'm quite happy with that because I don't like those things. They're creepy. His ears were up a month ago, and then they went back down again. They're playing games. Just because he keeps hitting growth spurts, so his body is using up the calcium that's used to strengthen their ears. So once he stops growing a little bit for a little bit, then his ears will go back up again. You keep moving on us. Let me just rearrange the camera here a little bit. Well, it's really dark. I have an Alaskan Malamute, a husky, and a cute little mutt. Last time I called my girlfriend a mutt, I got in trouble. That's right, guys. Drop the phone. Let me just get it set back up again here. I don't have a very stable base for it. I wish I had a better holder. Hope I didn't hurt anybody's face when I dropped them. There it is. The joys of living in the Philippines. Everything you buy is junk. You can't even buy something that's good quality. So you have to deal with, where is it? Well, I'm gonna get cameraman of the year for this one. Best streamer ever. Alright, let's get this set back up here. After all that, the dog's left. After all that, the dog's moved again. Can't make up the lines. I'm just pointing out the dogs so you guys have something to watch other than an empty road. Yes, that's me. Alright. This camera, back over here. These guys love playing. They're so good together too. I'm very impressed with how well she is with him, or how good she is with him. But I mean, she's young too, so that helps a lot. Sorry about that, UP. Didn't mean to give you a bump on your head. Now they're in a fight to the death. Yeah, they're very happy dogs. They love playing with each other. They really love each other, these two. She was so lonely before we got him. But now she's very happy to have him to chew on her face. This is what they do at nighttime. They normally play at night because it's cooler. They sleep in my office all day because the air conditioner is on, and it keeps them cool. They have a doggy door to go straight into the office, so they can get cool whenever they want. And nighttime they're outside playing. Am I stocking up parts for the Jeep build yet? No, I haven't. What I want to do, I know what I'm doing. I just I don't have the financial ability to do it right now. Um, I'm in the middle of selling my prize car in Canada. And once that goes, then I'll have the money to invest into it. Um, what I'm planning to do is I'm going to do a body swap. I'm going to get a newer style vehicle that's, fuel injected and whatever. And then I'm going to cut the whole top of the vehicle off and mount that body to it. Um, the biggest problem is the wheelbase. The wheelbase is very small. It's like 86-inch wheelbase. And finding a vehicle that is suitable for that is very hard. The only thing that I can find that's even close is like a Suzuki Sidekick style vehicle. It's called a Jimny here, but it's the same thing. There's that and a couple other ones. Isuzu Rodeo, I believe, has a two-door. I don't know what the wheelbase is on it, but it looks pretty close to what I'm looking for. I've seen a couple around here, but everybody wants crazy money for stuff, even if it's junk. They want stupid money for it. I mean, a vehicle that I could pick up for $500 is going to cost me like, 3 or 4 grand here. It's just crazy. So that's the plan with the Jeep anyway. Once I get a donor chassis for it, then I'll start doing some serious work because I'm going to have to do a lot of fabrication to get it to match up. And then I'm going to use all the or a lot of the modern stuff in the Jeep. I'm probably not going to put the gauge cluster in because there is no gauge cluster in the thing. It doesn't even have a speedometer. So I'm probably going to just leave it raw like that. As long as I can run it without the dash, then I'm okay. Otherwise, I'll have to hide the dash somewhere just so that it can plug in. I'll hide it behind the dash, I guess, up and underneath. Did you see that video where Rich Rebuilds did a body swap like that with a Hellcat Charger, put a Dodge Caravan body on it? That thing is wicked. Yeah, that would be pretty cool. Normally people go the other way around, but yeah, that'd be pretty neat to see. A Hellcat minivan. Yeah, I could see that. Richard Rollins, I think is what you're trying to say. From Fast and Loud. Gas Monkey Garage. Yeah, that would be sick. That would be pretty cool. I miss cars. All I have is my pukey little minivan here. At least the Jeep is kind of cool. It's iconic here. I have some ideas for it too. Like I want to do some body mods on it and stuff, but I don't even want to think about doing any of that until I get it mounted onto a chassis. I know kind of what I want to do with it. It's just a matter of doing it, But there's no point in doing any of it until it's on something that's rolling. As soon as I get that, though, I'm gonna get to work on it because I'm just dying to work on a car. I went back to Canada last month and I had to do a couple things with the Super Bee just to get it ready to sell. And I sure miss that. I just miss even touching a muscle car. And to be able to hear that thing run, and I haven't even driven it on the road. It's sad. I wish I could have driven it. That was my dream car that I built for myself that I was planning to keep forever, and I never even got the opportunity to drive it. Well, thank you, UP. You think I'm talented. I appreciate that. I am itching to get back into it for sure. I feel like I'm out of practice now. I've been making things for the house. At least I've been keeping up on my welding. But it's much different welding this stuff than it is welding the stuff I'm used to, because it's so thin and it's so easy to blow holes into it. And you got to baby it. But I've gotten pretty good at it now. When I first started welding here, I couldn't get anything. I was just burning it up. Now I'm getting a little bit better. I mean, as a new welder and not material I'm used to using and everything else, so it was a bit of a learning curve. But now I'm starting to get back into the swing of it again, and being able to make things. One thing I need here is a compressor. I have all my air tools. I brought most of my air tools from Canada, like my die grinders and stuff like that. But I don't have a compressor to run them, so that's a big disadvantage. I need to get that, because I'm used to using my little mini die grinders and stuff so I can make precision cuts. My little belt sander. What else do I have there? I don't remember, my body saw. And then I kept my paint gun as well. I have a really nice paint gun, so I kept that. I don't know what I'm ever going to paint here, but I kept it anyway because it cost me like $700, and I wasn't going to get anything for it if I sold it, so I just figured I'd bring it with me. Well, the road's pretty quiet again. It's normally not a good sign. The hardest thing for me is to get rid of his tools. They just keep piling up. Yeah. Well, I couldn't bring all my tools here. Tools are heavy, and it costs a lot of money to bring weight with you. As it was, I brought a lot. I brought an extra wheelchair. I brought a big bag with all my medical stuff in it, which I didn't have to pay for that, so that was okay. And then I had 3 big suitcases just packed full, and then a carry-on, and then a backpack. I think that's it, but that was a lot of luggage. When I got here, we had to take 2 taxis just to get it all to the hotel. And then I went back last year, sold the Roadrunner, and I brought back 3 suitcases again. I got some of my other stuff that I didn't bring the first time that I couldn't fit, so I brought a lot of that stuff with me the second time. Brought another wheelchair with me, so I got 3 chairs here now, which is great. And one in my vehicle, one I use in the garage, and then one I use for the house. I have one special for the garage because it has solid tires on it, so they're puncture proof. Because I blow a lot of tubes otherwise. And then this time, I only took one suitcase there. Well, I took one inside another, and my carry-on, and my backpack, and then I came back with two. I didn't have as much stuff to bring back this time. I could have filled another suitcase, but I couldn't justify it for $200. I couldn't put $200 worth of stuff into it to make it even worth that effort. So I didn't bother. It's so expensive to ship stuff here. So when it came to tools, I kept the ones that I knew I wanted to keep for sure that I couldn't replace here. I mean, I had a nice socket set and stuff too, wrench sets, ratchet wrenches, and all of that. I let all that go, and I just ended up buying stuff here, it's cheap. It's not as good, but I'm not a mechanic anyway. I don't use them as much as some people do, so I guess it's okay. It doesn't really matter that much. I brought my ratchets with me though. I have Mastercraft Maximum ratchets, which obviously they're not the best in the world, but they're guaranteed for life, and they work pretty good. So I brought what I could. And then since I've been here, I got a welder. It's a combination welder, MIG, TIG, stick, all of that stuff. And then I bought a plasma cutter as well, but I don't have a compressor yet, so I can't use it. But I bought the same plasma cutter that I had in Canada. I paid like $600 for it in Canada. I paid 4,500 peso for it here, so just over $100 for the same unit from the same factory. It's just the difference between prices here and prices there. Everything's so much cheaper here. My welder, it's like a 280 amp welder, I think, and I paid around 4K for it, so $100. I missed the one I had in Canada though. I had a better welder in Canada. I liked it. It was very basic. It just had two knobs on it. I had the temperature and the wire speed, and that's it. But it worked really nice. Yeah, my youngest had been building a Jeep XJ. Did 4.5-inch suspension lift, transfer case upgrade, drive shaft upgrades. Now doing differential upgrades and finish off with a color change. Are you like going to like something crazy? Like, are you doing like 8-bolt diffs in it, or are you just going to like a heavier Dana style diff? I guess what I'm asking is if you're going to like a Dana 60, or if you're going to, I can't remember what the 8-bolt is now. What is that, an 80? My nephew had a Grand Cherokee that he did 8-bolt axles in. He's done so much to the suspension and driveline in that thing. He's still running the 4-liter, but he's done so much to the suspension and everything. It's pretty beefy. It's like he's driving a 1-ton with a little tiny body on it. Oh, I wish it was time to go to sleep. It's midnight. Only 6 hours to go. Using the stock axle setup, but welded on stiffer bracing and putting in a limited slip diff in the front and rear. I see. Well, that'll make it work better. You're not going to put a locker in it. I guess that's what a limited slip is. I don't know. I don't know that terminology too well. On 35s, yeah. With a 4.5-inch lift, I think you said. So that's pretty, that'll look pretty sharp for sure. This little Jeep I have here, I don't want to make it necessarily a four-wheel drive. I think I more want it to be low. This seems to be the trend here. They sit really low and they're on like 13-inch wheels. They're really tiny wheels that they put them on. And I don't quite like that style. I like low with big wheels. So I'll try to find a good compromise for that. I don't really need four-wheel drive here anyway. Not really anywhere to go off-roading. Unless you're trying to do it on purpose, I guess. But I'm getting older. I'm less adventurous. I don't really want to go wandering into the wilderness and get stuck somewhere. Quite happy just to stay in my nice safe home if it was safe. It'd be nice. Yeah, we'll switch back over. Sure you guys are getting bored looking at the same stuff all the time. I'm just gonna go grab a drink. Beverage, not a drink. Can't say beverage here. Maybe we'll light that up. Make it a little brighter there. I'm just gonna grab a drink and I'll be right back. I got the two necessities of life. Got the Pepsi Cola and the Marlboro. One thing I love about this country, we get bottles still. Like when I was a kid, you even need a bottle opener for it. Still fascinated by that. It absolutely tastes better in glass. You're right. I remember when I was a kid, we would get it. It would be 25 cents, but it's like 10 cents as the deposit and 15 for the pop. Then you would just pay the 15 cents and drink it on the spot and hand them back the bottle and you're good to go. That's my old person glory moment. My dad has much better stories. He told me he used to get a quarter and he'd go to the movies and he'd buy popcorn and pop and he'd still have enough money left over to buy a car afterwards. Might have been a slight exaggeration. Grew up on Mountain Dew in the green glass bottles. Hey guys, I'm trying to talk here. Yeah, you know what? We have that here. We have Mountain Dew in the green bottles. It's like retro here. It's like flashback to the 80s. It's pretty cool. It's the 80s with cell phones. And then some things is, further back than that. I mean, we have a hand pump for our well. So we're in the pioneer days with that. Oh man, I would love to have one of those again. Well, you know what? You come on over here and we'll make sure you get all the Mountain Dew you can drink. Guys, hey, shush. We're talking here. And you'd be shocked at the price of it too, because it would cost you, what do I pay? I pay 190 peso for 24. So that's just under $5. 475 Canadian. Maybe a little less than that, 450 Canadian for 24. So let's just make it easy and say it's just under 20 cents a piece. And actually, you can just go to a vendor to buy a single one in a Saudi store, and you're gonna pay 20 peso anyway. So not really saving much by buying it by the case, I guess. Wait a minute, I said 20 cents. Yeah, I'm losing my mind here. I'm so tired. $20 pesos versus 20 cents. 20 pesos, 50 cents. Yeah, so you're paying 50 cents a piece for it at like a convenience store, we'll say. But it's a Saudi store. Damn, almost over $2 for a 20 ounce here these days. Yeah, well, everything's crazy in North America. I mean, it's worse in Canada than it is in the States. You can't get a meal at McDonald's for under $20 now. Here I complain about I pay 230 peso for a Big Mac meal here, and I complain about that, and then I convert it and realize that it's $5.75. It's pretty cheap, but in comparison to other food here, that's expensive. I can go to Mang Inasal, which is like a chicken place, not fried chicken. It's like a barbecue chicken, really good chicken. Comes with unlimited rice, and it's 190 peso, so it's under $5, 475, and it's a good chunk of chicken too. Like it's like a quarter chicken. I don't know if it's quarter chicken. I'm not sure. It's pretty big though, and it's way better than McDonald's. And you don't get the McGurgles afterwards. Yeah, well, you're saying it's over $2, almost $3 at a gas station. We're paying that for a can of pop now at the gas station in Canada. Well, that's Canadian, so there's a bit of currency difference there, but it's crazy. In my mind, I should be paying a dollar for a can of pop. Well, they're all crazy prices. Any fast food joint, you're paying $20 pretty much. I went into Walmart and I wanted Doritos so bad, and I go in there and they're like $5.99 a bag. I'm like, I don't need them that bad. I don't crave them that much. We have Doritos here, but we only have one flavor that's edible, which is the nacho cheese. But I really miss the Cool Ranch. They have nacho cheese. They have taco flavored, which I've never even tried yet, but it doesn't sound appealing to me. And then they have, what's the other one? Corn flavored. Basically, just plain. Very true. McDonald's released the adult Happy Meal. Damn thing's just a quarter pounder fry and special shake and some stupid collector pack. $19 for it. Yeah, it's crazy. If you're gonna spend that, you may as well throw in a couple extra bucks and buy a large pizza. I mean, for one person, you're gonna get a couple meals out of it. It's funny. I miss a lot of food from Canada. So a lot of the stuff I brought back here was stuff that I can't get here. One of them being craft dinner, one of the stupidest things ever, but I still crave it. Um, I got hamburger helper. Of course, I brought my maple syrup because I'm Canadian, and my whole family's hooked on it. They're like crackheads for syrup, so it goes pretty fast. And I got barbecue sauce. Can't get barbecue sauce here. I brought whipped dressing because I don't really like mayonnaise so much in macaroni salad. It's much better with whipped dressing. Can't get that here. So a lot of my mission for bringing stuff back was just foods like that. And now I'm trying to ration it. Make it last a little while. I don't plan on going back there for any time soon. It's way too much. Too many hours on a plane. painful. You live 45 minutes from anything, so you rarely eat fast food anymore. Yeah, well, you're better off anyway. Doesn't taste good, it's not good for you, and it's expensive. We rarely eat fast food here. I'd like to get to a point where we don't even really have to do grocery shopping here. We can just live off the land. But that's in the distant future because we have a baby that needs a lot of attention. We have a lot of things that need a lot of attention, so we don't have the time to deal with that, to deal with animals and gardening and stuff. Although we do have a garden right in front of the camera, actually. There's a garden there, and we've got some fruit trees growing. There's banana trees at the front. That's the big ones that you see standing up in the front. So we are starting to get there. And we have a coconut tree right there. And then my little acacias, they're growing up pretty quick. These guys here, they were pretty small. They were only a couple feet tall when we planted them. They're getting there now. These guys here are amazing. I love them. They're like a big umbrella. When they get full grown, well, not even full grown, but when they get bigger, the branches on them spread out really, really far. They have a much bigger wingspan than they do at height, and so they're just like a great umbrella for shade. And they're gonna keep our house cooler, so block a lot of the sun going in. You can grow all year, can't you? Yes, we can. For most things, there is seasons for certain things because we do have a rain season and a dry season. So there is some things grow better at certain times of year, but yeah, you can grow it. It's just not going to grow as well. Another thing I did in Canada is I got a ton of seeds. Oh, my camera's glitching out. Why is it doing that? Stop doing that. Doesn't like the flashlight? Yeah. I bought a ton of seeds. Actually, I didn't buy them. I went to Canadian Tire, and the gardening center is gone because the season's over. And I asked one of the guys about it, and he says, "Oh yeah, we have seeds." And he took me into the shed in the back, and there was the racks of seeds. And so I grabbed a little bit of everything there, and I said, considering that these are going to expire in November, could I get a discount on them because nobody else is going to buy them? And he said, "Well, let's talk to the manager." So we went to the manager, and the manager says, "Seeds? We don't sell any seeds. We're not selling any seeds." She says, "Just take them." And so I got all those seeds for nothing, which was awesome. So we're going to try planting here and see what we can come up with. I got a couple different species, tomatoes and cucumbers and a little bit of everything. I got carrot seeds. I don't know how you grow seeds. You grow carrots from a seed, but we'll see. So it was a pretty cool deal because it was quite a few packets of seeds. I think I brought home about 30 of them. So that'll be a big boost for our garden. It'd be so nice to not depend on the grocery store. Just be able to go out and pick what you need out of the yard. We got a mango tree up front too. I forgot about that one. It would be a great place to grow ever-bearing strawberries, have them all year long. I don't think we can grow strawberries here. I think it's too hot for them. There's some things we can't grow here, like broccoli and cauliflower. I know they're off the list. Lettuce. There's a few things that won't grow here because it's too hot for them. And even in the shade, it's too hot. So they're just not going to do well. You'd almost have to have a reverse greenhouse that has air conditioning. There's plenty of moisture here. We're in rain season right now, so lots of moisture to grow stuff. It's funny, the stuff that we plant grows really slow, but the weeds sure grow fast. It's crazy, about 3.5 hours of live streaming already. 12:30 at night. Another 5.5 hours to go. I don't know. Am I going to run a live stream for 9 hours? Am I going to survive 9 hours? That's the real question. Weeds always grow fast. By the end of the season, they take over my garden. I get tired of the battle. Yeah, I know even my lawn, by September, I'm tired of cutting it. I'm talking about in Canada. Tired of cutting it by September, but I'm thinking, who cares? Because the snow's going to fly soon anyway. It'll all die. And I don't have to worry about it. It'll be covered up soon. So I hear you on that. My problem is though I always let it go too long, and then I don't want to cut it because it's long and it takes longer to get through it because you have to go slower, and you have your blade higher. So then you're gonna have to go back through and recut it again in a couple days. Well, you're doing better than me. I wouldn't even be using the lawnmower at this time of year. I'd already have my lawnmower put away. See, screw it. The snow's gonna fly soon anyway. Where are you located anyway, UP? I see a couple other people here. You can chime in and have a chat if you want. Don't be shy. Say hi. Upper Peninsula of Michigan. All right, so you're pretty much in Canada. You're actually higher latitude than where I live there. I lived just north of Toronto, about an hour from Toronto. So yeah, so the snow will fly there soon anyway. You don't have to worry about it. Just let it grow. What are these guys doing over here? I can't see them because the stupid tree's lit up. Oh, there's the other one. I don't know what she's looking for. Oh, place to pee. Been warm the last couple of weeks. That stuff is out of control now. Just ignore it. The snow will be there soon. You got the nice layer of white and you won't even see the grass anymore. It's depressing and relieving at the same time when you get the first snow, because you're like, oh good, I don't have to cut the lawn anymore. But then now you have to deal with snow and plowing and shoveling. Never ending battle. Get rid of one problem and start another one. I'm not one for plowing my driveway very much either, because I have 4-wheel drive, so I never have my driveway plowed very often. Yeah, then the snowblower for 7 months. Yeah. Well, we have a saying in Canada, where it snows 9 months out of the year and hails the other 3. Because it sure feels like that. Unless you live in Vancouver, and then they never seem to have snow. The road is very quiet here. I prefer it busy because it's not normal. So I guess I can gauge this whole threat thing by when they let the kids back into school again. I guess that means that it's over. What time is it there now? It is 12:30, I believe. Yeah, 12:34. Same time as you, just AM instead of PM. For another 2 months anyway. Until you hit daylight savings time and confuse everything. It feels weird when I'm here and I'm talking to somebody from there. It just feels really strange because I'm so used to talking to people here now. And being able to talk in a normal fashion and have somebody understand me is pretty nice. I wish they would do away with daylight savings time. Yeah, me too. I think it's a really stupid thing. Why do you want to go home after work at 5 o'clock in the dark? I don't get it. It's like dark at 4:30 in December. It's the dumbest thing. And Canada and the States, I believe, are the only ones that do that silliness. Nobody else does it. That just makes it more confusing. Canada and the States do a lot of things different than mostly everybody else. Like electricity, they're the only ones with 120 volt. Everybody else is running 240. And 240 just makes more sense. Because then you're running less amperage. So then you don't need as heavy of a wire. You don't need as heavy of a breaker. The funny thing is here people run, they can run 30, 40, 50, 60 amp breaker on one line going out of their panel, which is just, that's insane for us to even think about because we run 15 amp breakers for outlets and stuff like that. So I ended up running, I went American style here and I ran 15 amp breakers and everybody looked at me funny. I'm running 15 amp breakers with 14 2-wire, just like we would run in Canada. But the advantage is that 15 amp breaker can actually handle twice as much as what it would in Canada because the voltage is double. No, I'm saying that wrong. The appliances run at half the amperage is what I'm trying to say. Things that you plug in run at half the amperage because it's double the voltage. So therefore it doesn't put as much of a load on it anyway. But then I had people here telling me that I was doing it wrong and that I should be running 12 2-wire and running 30 amp breakers and all this stuff. And I'm like, well, if it works in North America, I'm thinking North America has much higher standards than other countries. And so if that fits their standards, it's going to fit the standard here too. And so far, absolutely no problems with it. We can run anything and we haven't popped a breaker, nothing. I do have two outlets in the garage, or two lines in the garage that are running 20 amp breaker and 12 2-wire, just in case I have something heavy duty to plug in, like the welder as an example. But you know, for a water pump, yeah, I would run heavier wire and a heavier breaker. But for regular outlets, I don't see the purpose of it. It just seems silly to me. I guess the only thing is that people are poor here, and so they don't want to buy, 10 breakers to run their house. They want to buy 1 or 2 breakers to run their whole house, so it's cheaper. I think that's the theory behind why they do that. It's cheaper to buy a smaller panel and bigger breakers. Me, I'm running 2 panels because my solar inverter, my solar controller, has an option on it to have a primary and secondary power. And if the battery depletes to a certain amount at nighttime when there's no sunshine, if it gets to a certain amount, which is like 40%, it will shut off the one power source altogether, the primary power source, and only run the secondary. So basically you have the important stuff hooked up to the secondary panel and the non-important stuff hooked up to the primary. Like you'd have your freezer, for instance, you'd have that on the secondary, so it's going to run no matter what. And lighting, of course, you want lights in the house no matter what. I wish you guys could voice talk. That would be much easier, much better. We could actually have a conversation rather than just listening to my own voice constantly. It's very boring out here. Here's the big action of the hour. A tricycle drove by. I guess it's better than too much action. Rather see that than 50 guys with guns coming down the road. Well, here comes another one. Wish you guys could see the sugarcane trucks here. They're pretty cool. They have a lot of lights and stuff on them. They light them up like Las Vegas. I mean, they only have probably 2 wheel nuts holding each wheel on, but they've got really pretty lights on them. People really put their priorities in order here. Even the dogs are sleeping. I'm the only one awake here. That's no fair. My protectors are sleeping. They're supposed to be guarding the house. I guess I figure that's my job tonight. What do you guys think? Would you like to live in a place where you feel threatened that you'd have to run away at any time? I need a BB gun for those street lights. Well, I like the street lights. They're nice. They light up the yard. I know they're a little annoying. Try to there. Is that better? Try to cut it in half. I know there's quite a glare coming off of them. I like them though. They light up my whole front yard and I can see everything and nobody can sneak onto this property from that angle anyway. And from the sides I've got sugar cane. So, yeah, they can sneak through the sugar cane. But it's going to be a hard trek through there. And my dog's going to hear them before they get near the property. So I feel rather safe that way. We had a thief already here. He came right over this fence, right basically where the camera's pointing. And this was in the middle of the night. And the dog came barreling out and went after him. And he went across behind the other side here and dove over the fence to get away from the dog. And I know this because I came out right as it was happening, or after it happened, and she was right there. And then the next morning I could see a big body imprint in the sugar cane because he wasn't graceful about going over that fence. He just wanted to get out of here. UP says, oh, they didn't bother me on camera. I just would like the stealthiness of not having them. Like at my house, they turn off all the lights and it's like I'm not even here to anyone else. Yeah, I get that too. I kind of like having the lights. It makes me feel a little better that I can see the perimeter around this place. And the night that we had that thief, these lights were out. There was a problem with these lights, and they weren't working for like a month and a half. And our house wasn't lit up either. We didn't even have electricity at that point. We didn't have the solar, so we had nothing. And I think whoever came in here thought that this place was just in the middle of construction, and they didn't expect anyone to be here because we had just moved in here not long before that. They didn't expect anyone to be here. They certainly didn't expect the dog to be here. But obviously, he didn't do his research, because anybody that comes by here regularly would have seen us when we're building the house. They would have seen the dog here, because the dog was always in the yard running around. We didn't have the fence and everything, so she was just running free here. So he really should have paid attention to that detail, and that he wouldn't have tried to hop over my fence. But yeah, she's a good dog for that, for sure. She got treats for that, you're right. I had my neighbor over here one day, and he was trying to tell me that my dog is a big pushover, and that she'd never hurt anybody, and he's not scared of her. He used to be scared of her, but he got cocky and decided that he wasn't scared of her anymore because she's too friendly. And we were having a couple drinks, having a couple beers, and we're sitting in the garage, and he tells me this, and I said, "Do you want to see her scare you?" And he said, "Oh, she would never scare me." And I put her on him, and she went flying towards him, teeth showing and barking, and he fell right over into his chair. It was pretty funny. I said, "Now, do you want to come sneak into my house in the middle of the night? Because it don't matter if she knows you or not. She knows that you're not supposed to be climbing over the fence at night. She's not going to take kindly to it." When I mean, when I said I put her on him, I didn't mean like literally she attacked him. I mean like she rushed him, and he fell over in his chair. Come to think of it, he hasn't visited since then. That might be part of it. I think we're just going to get a new dog every couple years here. We'll just keep getting a dog every 2 years. Life expectancy, sorry, life expectancy is like 14 years at best for a shepherd. So that means in theory we'd have 7 dogs at any given time. It's a lot of dogs, maybe 6 dogs at any given time. But then that way you've always got a new generation and an old generation, and they can learn from the other dogs. And nobody's going to break into a place with 6 German Shepherds. I think that's a pretty safe bet. That way, you know, the kids go somewhere, they can take one. We go somewhere, we take one in the car, and there's still 4 dogs at home to protect the house. I kind of like that idea. Not that I feel I'm in a high crime rate or any like a high crime area, but I think there's less crime here than there is in where I lived in Canada. I lived in the country there. Most of the crime here is just petty crime, just petty theft and stuff like that. They don't really do home invasions and stuff. They just try to swipe things. A lot of scammers, but there's not a lot of violent crime here. Well, I mean, there is lately, but generally there's not a lot of violent crime here. It's normally pretty civilized. There's almost no crime where I'm at. Tiny farm town of only 1,400 people spread out very far apart. Do you know why that is? Because everybody knows that farmers have guns. And there's nobody to call for help when they're in the middle of nowhere. Farmers don't call 911, they are 911. But yeah, the local people aren't going to do any crime because everybody knows them. So they're going to get busted anyway. So you only have to worry about outsiders. And they're not going to have the nerve to go onto somebody's property like that. We have the machines to dig holes quick. Yeah. Well, you know something? In Canada, like there's something called the castle law, and the States has that. You know, if somebody goes onto your property, you have every right to shoot that person and take them out whatever way you want. In Canada, if somebody breaks into your place and they get hurt in any way, they can sue you. If they stub their toe on your stairs, they can sue you for your stairs not being proper. And you're not allowed to use any kind of force to stop them from breaking into your house. You're only allowed to use as much force as they're using. So basically, when they break into your house and you go to confront them, you're going to have to ask them, what kind of weapon do you have? And then you have to go match that weapon so that you can defend yourself without getting in trouble. But guess what? In this country, I've looked up the laws in this country. If somebody comes on my property and I feel that either my property or my family is in any kind of danger or threat, I can use whatever means necessary to protect my property and my family. And I really like that rule for two reasons. One, because that's the way it should be. And two, because people know that rule. And so they tend to not mess with you if they think you can take them out. In Canada, they tell you to leave your keys at your front door because most likely people breaking into your house are looking for car keys. So leave them close to the front door so that it's easy for the thief. That's the advice they give you. You're right. That is how it should be. I've got a family here, and I'll be damned if I let anything happen to any of them without trying my best to prevent it. And if it comes down to retaliation for something, well, I don't have to physically do it myself. It's really easy just to pay somebody a little bit of money to take care of whatever you need done. That's what this whole country thrives on is money. If you have money, you can have anything done. You can get out of anything. There's no problem. And it doesn't cost much either. It takes very little to make the law happy and to turn their head and look the other way. It doesn't take much. You know, you buy them a meal at Jollibee, you're pretty much set for any problem that you might have encountered. On the other hand, they do take advantage of that too. I got extorted for money by immigration. When I was going to Canada last year, immigration, when I went to go through to leave the country, she's asking me for a form. And I said, "What form is that?" She says, "Oh, it's a form you need to leave the country." I said, "Well, I don't know anything about it. I've never heard about it." And she called it an ACC form. And I said, "What does ACC stand for?" She says, "I don't know, but you need it." I said, "Oh, okay. So what's the solution here?" She says, "You go over to that cashier and you pay a fine and then I let you go." And I said, "Well, how much is the fine?" She says, "I don't know." So I went over to the cashier. I don't even have any paperwork. I just went over to the cashier. The cashier says that's 1,200 peso. I'm like, "How do you even know what I'm here for?" And she says, "It's just 1,200 peso." So I pay her the 1,200 peso. She gives me a receipt, and on it says processing fee 600, express fee 600. There's no actual fine on it. There's nothing. It's not even a real receipt. So what happens is I go and get on my plane, and at the end of the day, they meet up and they split my money. Do they work off the barter system? Yeah, with some things, I guess. Especially like people in the market and stuff, they would trade foods and stuff with each other. But yeah, that form that she asked me for, that doesn't even exist. It's just, it was all made up. And the fact that it's 1,200 peso, I'm not going to dispute it because it's not enough money to dispute. I'm late for my flight. I'm, coming close to late for my flight. She knows that. She knows I'm not going to question it because I'm just going to pay it so that I can get on my plane. If they made it like, 4,000 peso, which is like $100, well then, yeah, then people are going to dispute it. And the thing is, if you did dispute it, all you're going to do is put a red flag on your name, and then it's going to be more difficult for you to come in and out of the country after that. So you're better off just to pay them a little bit of money and keep them happy. Sounds like they got a hell of a racket going on there. Yeah, they do. This this whole place is like that. Everybody's pocketing money. That's how you get rich in this country. You take advantage of the power and pocket money. I watch people get bribes every day. I watch traffic enforcers getting bribes. Just people walking by them, slipping them cash. Give them a little handshake, and next thing you know, they got a couple hundred pesos in their hand. I don't know what they're paying for. I have no idea. On the other hand, it makes it really easy when you're going into government buildings. I mean, if you go into a government building in Canada and you're applying for something, And if you don't have all your paperwork perfect, then they're not going to do anything for you. And here, if you're missing a couple documents that you need or whatever, no big deal. Just slip them a couple hundred peso and they'll put you through anyway. It's no problem. So that's kind of a nice bonus, we'll say. So it can work to your advantage or it could be a disadvantage depending on who you're dealing with. I've had a couple people of power try to incite a bribe from me. And then when they realized they weren't getting anything from me, they just let me go because there's no point at that point. I had a traffic enforcer stop me one day because I turned left at an intersection on a green light, turned left, and he pulls me over. And he says, "I'm sorry," he says, "you can't turn left there." And I said, "Well, there's no sign saying I can't turn left there." And you see his wheels turning in his head and realizes that I'm not going to just say, "Oh, okay, sorry, here's some money." And he didn't want to speak English anymore, so he just said, "Okay, sir, have a good day," and sent me on my way. Now, if I had have turned left on the green light, but there was a sign there saying I can't turn left, or if I had gone through a red light or whatever the case is, and he pulled me over, that'd be a different scenario. Then I'd be happy to slip him a little bit of money and be on my way. If that situation ever arises, then that's exactly what I will do. They just play on, people not wanting to have any kind of trouble. And so they think they can maybe intimidate them and get them to give them some money even when they haven't done anything wrong. It's like, I get pulled over in Canada. If I'm completely legal, well, let's say I'm doing something illegal. Let's say, my sticker's not up to date or something, or I'm running the wrong plates on the wrong car or whatever the case is. I'm nice as pie to the cop when he pulls me over. And, I'm very nice to him and very polite. But when I get pulled over and I know that I have nothing wrong, I've done nothing wrong, and I'm completely legal, then I'm not so friendly with them. And if they only knew that, then they would know when they should be checking a little more carefully. That I'm very short with them when I'm getting pulled over for nothing. A lot of the time it's, when I purchased a new vehicle and I put the plates on the new vehicle and I know the law behind it better than the cops do. I know that I've got 16 days to transfer that vehicle over into my name and put insurance on it. But for those 16 days, my plate from my other vehicle covers that vehicle. And most cops don't know that. So I have to educate them. I keep a printout of the Ontario Automobile Insurance Act just for that purpose. I can almost quote it off to them. Section 12A, I believe it is. I've been through that argument many times. Well, are you guys as bored as me? I see people here. Throw in a chat. Let's talk. Talk about anything. Say hi. Give us a thumbs up. That would help. Everything helps. Welcome to the quietest road on earth. Yes, there's actually a road out there. Only for 2 nights now it's been this quiet. It's never this quiet. Hey guys, hit the thumbs up button for me, will you? Really appreciate it. If you're wondering what we're doing here, we're waiting for something to happen. We're hoping nothing happens. That's really the the hope here. But if something happens, then you're really going to see some action. I don't know. Maybe they don't know how to type. Oh, somebody gave me a thumbs up. Thank you for that. Appreciate that. Every little bit helps. The bad guy from the left or the right of the screen. They will be coming from the left. Bad guys are on the left, cities on the right. Left is south, right is north. So if they start coming, we're heading north. I figure if something like that is happening, I'm thinking that I'm going to see some other traffic before they would actually arrive. I would think that there would be people fleeing from further down the road, and I would see it suddenly start getting busy here. So that's what I'm kind of banking on. We do have my brother-in-law lives about halfway between me and the action spot, which is where that video came from. Well, I guess it's not halfway because the action was right at his house almost. Anyway, let's just say he lives probably 3 or 4 miles down the road, and so he's kind of our first defense. He's going to contact us if he sees anything or notices anything coming our direction. There's just a good possibility that he'll be coming by here because he'll probably be leaving too. So if somebody goes by here honking the horn on a motorbike, then we know that's time to get out of here. It's really funny that we don't worry about them during the daytime. Why are we only worried at night? Daytime, I felt pretty relaxed today. I guess it's because in the daytime there's more people around. I don't know. It's just like if you're out in the bush, you're a lot more paranoid at nighttime than you are in the day, and the same animals are there regardless. Grizzly bears don't care if it's night or daytime. They'll attack anytime. Oh, UP, I wish you could talk on here. Then I wouldn't have to do all the talking. Do you have a channel? Or are you just a watcher? Yes, I have a channel. Well, there you go. How many subs do you have? 550 subscribers. Wow, cool. What we should have done, I guess I can't do it now because I'm already live. But I could, if I had started it in the first place, I could have invited you to have I don't know what they call it, a multiple stream. That'd be kind of cool because then you and I could actually talk to each other. It might be a little more amusing. You know, if you're interested, hit me up on my description. My email is there. Yeah, my email's there. So I even have WhatsApp number there. If you have WhatsApp, we could do that and collaborate, and it could bring you some more subscribers too. There's somebody honking their horn. It could bring you some more subscribers as well. I have no idea what your channel's about. Never looked at it, but you know, we can help each other. I'm trying to get my wife's channel promoted too. She's only at 42 subs, so she can't even go live because you have to have 50 subs to go live. So I'm trying to get her up to par as well. Do you have WhatsApp, UP? My channel is just living things on the cheap. Well, that's cool. So is mine. We're poor. I feel like MacGyver living here because I can't get a lot of stuff. There's a lot of stuff I can't buy in this country, so I have to make a lot of things or improvise a lot of the time. And so I'm getting really good at thinking outside the box and figuring out ways to do things. If you want to install it, it's probably the easiest way to get in touch with me. It's the best way to get in touch with me. And my number's on the description. Pretty sure it is. I'm going to check it now that I said that. I've only had one stalker call me so far, so it's not too bad. And it was just a nice guy telling me how much he likes my channel. So he was a good stalker. I didn't mind him. Yeah, my number's right on there. So you can just go into my description. My number's there. Yeah, MacGyver was pretty cool. Not sure if everything he did was accurate, but still entertaining. There's a lot of good shows back in the day. They're not so good anymore. The only noise I hear out here is a really loud frog. I don't even hear the roosters, which is weird because they crow all the time. They don't care whether the sun's shining or not. So it seems like crickets are everywhere on this roll. Or is that a frog? Yeah, no, that's a frog. Well, there's crickets too, actually. You might be hearing them as well. That might be a frog too. I don't know. It's quite overwhelming with the sound sometimes. They're so loud. What is the temp there right now at night? Right now I'm gonna guess it's around 26 Celsius. I don't know what that is in, in Fahrenheit. I don't know. Is that around 80? 26 times 2, 52. Add 3, around 82, according to that formula. But I don't think that's extremely accurate. It's not bad anyway. It's take your shirt off weather and don't work too hard or you're still gonna sweat. 78.8. Well, there we go. That's pretty accurate. I guess that multiply by 2, add 30 doesn't really work that well. Well, room temperature is like 20 degrees. Multiply that by 2, add 30, that brings it to 70. And I think in Fahrenheit it's supposed to be 72 or something like that. So it gets you close. Oh, 72 there right now. That's pretty warm. For this time of year, that's room temperature. My sister's just texting me right now. She just caught up to my channel and seen what was going on. And she seems to know a lot about what's going on. So I'm trying to figure out how she knows, because I can't find anything on the news. That's the problem in this place. There's no reports of anything. You don't get any information. So you kind of just live in the dark. Kind of reminds me when you used to have to write letters to people to correspond with them. Write a letter and mail it to them. Wait 6 weeks for an answer. Yeah, you're having an Indian summer there, UP. Lucky you. When I was there, it was starting to get pretty cold at night. It was going down to like 8 degrees at nights. And I know because I was sleeping in the garage at my old house, which my friend now has. But I slept in the garage because there's 4 kids in the house and I didn't want to have to listen to them. They're all pretty loud. But it was getting pretty chilly by the time I left there. Glad I got out of there when I did. I didn't know how long the stupid airline strike was going to last and how long I was going to be stuck there. As it was, I was there an extra week. I'm just going to go wander off for a second. I'll be right back. So UP, would you be interested in doing that tomorrow night? tomorrow night for me. It would be tomorrow evening or morning for you, I guess. So I just got some information from my sister. She sent me a link, a link to read. Um, it's on the Philippines government website talking about the PNA, which is what this group is called, Philippines Army. Call themselves Philippines New Army. What are they called? New People's Army. Sorry, NPA. And they're also hitting Tacloban City, which is a couple islands over from here. So it's not just happening here, it's happening at least in two places, and maybe multiple places. The fact that they're only talking about one place and it's happening here, they're not mentioning this place at all. But there, they're talking about soldiers seizing weapons and stuff like that. They killed one rebel, and they captured one of the leaders or something of the NPA. Soldiers also seized 3 M16s, 245 caliber pistols, 3 backpacks, 3 whatever that is, documents and war material. The brief, intense gun battle erupted after heavily armed NPA remnants treacherously attacked by soldiers in Conception Village. No one was hurt on the government side. See, so they're reporting something like that, where one guy got killed, and he's from the terrorist group, but they're not talking about anything that's happening in my neighborhood. They've urged the remaining rebels in Samar to surrender, as the government is ready to help them rebuild their lives. Well, isn't that sweet? What they really mean by helping them to rebuild their lives is they're going to just shoot them in the head. That seems to be the resolution for stuff like that. There's a woman that got kidnapped. She was Chinese, got kidnapped at a gas station, and a whole bunch of people watch it happen. There's 4 guys that are unarmed. They grab this girl, shove her in the back of an SUV, take off with her. Nobody does anything about it. They all just pull out their cameras. Sounds familiar, just like North America. And a couple days later, they located her and her captors, and every one of them got a bullet in the head, and they were unarmed. But I'm sure the report didn't say that. And they did that basically just to set an example so that people don't do stuff like that, which I think is an okay thing. I think that was a good punishment for them. They don't mess around in this country. Is there tension there with China? Yeah. a little bit. Um, but luckily we got you guys here, so we've got a good arsenal here. We've got I think three of your warships are here. We've got one of the biggest ones that you have. I don't remember what it's called now. It's one of the president's names. Maybe it's Franklin Roosevelt. Anyway, it's one of the biggest warships that you guys have, and it's parked in Manila Bay right now. I'm pretty sure they could take out China just with that one ship itself, so not overly concerned about China. Never really worry about China anyway, as far as having a military attack. They just like attacking in other ways, like COVID. I think COVID is it was just a test to see how quick they could spread a virus. So that they actually release the deadly one. They have data now. They know how quickly they can make it spread around the world. That's what I would worry more about with China is stuff like that, not actually coming out and having a gunfight. But yeah, they're doing a lot of crazy things here, trying to bully Filipinos, trying to mess with their ship that they have there. It's like a ship from World War II that they've purposely beached on a coral reef, and China's trying to destroy that. They try to tow it away, and then they try to bully a ship, a Philippine ship, to China. One warship and another was a Coast Guard, I think. They were trying to bully a Philippine ship, and somehow they end up crashing into each other, which is pretty funny. They wrecked two boats. Yeah, sad thing is we funded that research. Yeah, I'm sure. I'm sure U.S. did. Why anyone would want to make something like that in the first place is ridiculous. Well, because to them, people don't matter. People are just pawns in their whole scheme of things. I really hate the world the way it is, that everybody wants to fight. People aren't, countries can't just settle for what they've got and say, okay, let's just worry about our own country and not try to cause conflicts with others. Others not trying to expand and, take over other places. I don't get it. All we're going to end up doing as humans is just blowing each other up and destroying the earth and making it so nobody lives on it. It really makes no sense at all. And then you have this radical group here, and these guys are just regular Filipinos. They're just, they're from here. They're killing their own people, killing their own relatives. Hey, Cruz and Kev, didn't even see you there. Sorry, buddy. I was busy rambling in my tired state. The world's gone crazy. Also, like you don't even have an opinion anymore. You can't have your own opinion. Somebody disagrees with you, they just shoot you. Freedom of speech if you dare. I mean, Charlie Kirk, well, I'm pretty sure he expected it was going to happen. It's a heart condition. Not sure what that's referring to. It's pretty crazy that you can't voice your own opinion in the world without the fear of being assassinated for it. Yeah, you're right, Cruz and Kev. The book says this will happen in the last days. You're right. And it seems to be getting close to that. The thing is, who's more sane, the left or the right? Because the left is trying to kill the right, but you don't see the right going after the left, even though they're a bunch of cuckoo birds. I probably just lost half my audience there. I got 3 viewers. I lost 1.5 right there. Making that comment. They took Charlie out because he was very effective, yes. Because he made sense. And they don't like that because they want to make their own stupid logic and try to make sense of it. And you said they took Charlie out. Are we talking about one person, or is that a pronoun? Or I guess I should say that multiple people are a pronoun. And he never talked down to anyone he debated. No, he did not. But he made a lot of people frustrated because they couldn't make a valid argument with him that made any logic. And that's what happens when people can't win a verbal debate, then they have to resort to threats and violence. I've had no, there we go. I've had customers like that. I had a computer store, and I had a customer come in, and I had replaced the screen on his daughter's laptop a month previously, and he comes in and he says, "Oh, the keyboard doesn't work." I said, "Well," I said, "leave it with me. I'll take a look at it." He said, "No, no." He says, "I want a refund." I said, "A refund for what?" He says, "For the screen." I said, "Well, the screen has nothing to do with the keyboard. I don't even open that part to change the screen. So if you're trying to blame it on me, that's not my fault. And it's been working for a month now. It's not working." I said, "There's a good chance that the ribbon cable just needs to be reseated." And I said, "It's a relatively quick operation. I won't charge you much for it." He's like, "No, no, I want a refund." I said, "Well, logically, that doesn't make any sense. I'm not going to refund a screen. And if I were refunding the screen, I'd be taking the screen back out." And he's like, "No, no, you're going to give me a refund and you're going to leave the screen in it." And I said, "Well, that's just not going to happen that way." And then what does he do? He starts getting volatile and violent. And that's what happens when people can't get their own way, even though their logic doesn't make any sense. They just get violent about it. And that's just a small example, but it's the same thing. You will know them by their fruit, as is written. Like I'm talking to Dr. Zeus. I think it's just because I'm tired, but it seems like a riddle. One of the key problems is the left has been rewarded for bad behavior. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Where are you from, Kev? I'm assuming you're American. As they would call you here, Cano. California, Boho. Okay, so you're definitely a Cano. Any action happening over on your side? Oh, wait, I know who you are now. I just clued into that. You changed your name a little bit, though, I think. It's been a long time since we've talked. You're still around? Yeah. You changed your name, I think. It wasn't Cruising Kev before. But I remember Kev from Bohol, so I'm assuming that's you. And building, etc., that's definitely you. I was supposed to get over there to visit you and never made it. I was coming for free food. Haven't made it there yet. Maybe when we flee this place, maybe we'll come to your place. If it's any safer. Well, it depends if the offer still stands. I can still make it there. Ugh. It's tiring out here. My loyal pets are all sleeping. Family's all sleeping. I feel like I'm the only person awake in the world here. Except for the two talking to me. The housing is now occupied that we were going to let you stay in. Oh, well, that's okay. We do appreciate the offer. We would have made Down there, we just had so much on the go between building our house and having a baby and whatever else. Life gets in the way sometimes and just can't seem to get away from it. Oh, good, and it's starting to drip rain out here. I might have to relocate soon. Just what I needed with power cords and everything out here. I hear geese now. Helps when you read the instruction manual. What did I miss there? I don't even know what I said that triggered you to say that. I think we're going to move this indoors because I don't want to get soaked. Rain would be a good thing. Actually, I wish it would just downpour because if it downpoured, I'd feel less threatened by this whole thing. I figure they're probably not going to go out in the rain. Kind of like the cops, they're less likely to pull you over if it's raining hard because they don't want to get wet. Uh-oh, what did I do? Pushing buttons on the phone. Not good. Okay, we're going to relocate inside, guys. Just bear with me here. It's hard being a one-man show here. I need a camera crew. And we're now indoors. The Bible is the instruction manual. Yeah, that is correct. Oh. Now we're back in the garage. Turn it this way. Why is it so blurry? What happened? I need to get this phone adjusted because it's pushing the power button. Uh-oh. I pushed the power button. There we go. Okay, now focus. Focus, focus. Why? Why is it doing that? It doesn't like the van. Oh, there we go. Now it's happy. Puppy's tuckered out. Too much playing. If you read it, you would know what it means when someone says that you will know them by their fruit. Is that what the Lord taught us? Well, I probably read that a long time ago, but I'm not an avid reader. I normally just wait till they come out with the movie. You have to also understand I've been 2 days without sleep, so I'm not that sharp at this moment. My brain's a little dull at the moment. I didn't sleep last night. I slept a little bit this morning and then back up again and tried to go to sleep this afternoon, but that didn't happen. Yeah, you're right, Kev. Things are definitely going in a negative direction, for sure. I'm just going to go grab a drink. You guys want something? Kev's probably already got a bottle of Pepsi over there, or a bottle of Mountain Dew. That's probably why he lives here too, for the good stuff. Yeah, bring me one of those Mountain Dews in a green glass bottle. Hey, if I had have known, I could have probably brought one back with me and you would have just had to drive 5 or 6 hours to get it from me. Be totally worth it though. If I was in that situation, I'd be happy to do that to get it. I remember when I was back in Canada for 8 months, waiting to come back here again. My wife's Tita's friend was going to Edmonton, and she bought a carton of Marlboros and gave it to her and sent it to Canada with her, and then she had to mail it to me from Edmonton. It cost me a fortune by the time I got that carton of Marlboro, but man, did they taste good after going through all that. Woody says, yeah, well, I've done crazier things. I used to drive from Peterborough to Scarborough, which is an hour drive, just for food. My favorite restaurant. Let me just go grab a Pepsi. I'll be right back. So how's your family doing there, Kev? You guys all doing good? My dog ran away. My protector's gone. Yeah, it's starting to rain harder now. If it starts pouring, I'm going to bed. Filipinos in rain is like vampires with sunlight. They don't go out in the rain. So it's pretty safe. I caught the last part of you commenting on China, West Philippine Sea. They are evil. Yeah, you're absolutely right about that. Just power hungry is all it is. They want to try to dominate everything. I think they have a lot of nerve to do it with U.S. sitting right there. Told my wife many years ago it would be a huge problem. Well, they've always been a huge problem. Not just that country, there's a few of them. If you could just eliminate certain countries from this earth, then we would have peace. It wouldn't be a problem anymore. They care about nothing and no one but themselves. Yep, exactly. Human life doesn't mean anything to them. They just treat people like pawns, as we said earlier. That's okay, we're all going to be living on Mars soon anyway, so no problem. Flood throwing people out without warning. Yeah. Well, I mean, I don't know if I should bring it up or not, but the whole 9/11 thing, I'm pretty sure that was done by their own people too, so. So it's not just one race that does stuff like that. I think every race is guilty of that to some degree. It's bad enough one race, hurting another race. It's completely crazy when you've got people going after their own people, like what's happening here. They're killing their own relations. This is a small island. Everybody's related here. That's why I can't tell which one is my wife in a mall. They all look the same. That's kind of a joke. It's not real. Of course, I know which one is my wife. Oh, she wears that red bow in her hair so I can recognize her. 2 planes, 3 buildings. Well, no, the other one fell because of because it was traumatized by the first 2 getting hit. I know, it was a joke. I know it was wired to go down. I don't know. I question whether there's even planes because you don't hear about anything about people that were on the planes or anything. And there's a whole theory that there was holographic planes, that there weren't actually planes and it was just strategic detonations. Kind of makes you wonder about that too. If they have the capability to do that. And somebody had a theory about some kind of laser system because of the cars that were burned on the bridge a mile away. Makes no sense at all. Unless there was some kind of system like that that reflected off and hit the cars. There's a lot of things, like so many things that are wrong with that whole situation. And I could have and maybe that's what I should do for the next 6 hours is talk about that, because I could talk about that for 6 hours. There's so many, what's the word I'm looking for? Can't think of the word. Just things that are wrong, things that don't make any sense. Inconsistencies, there's the word I was looking for. And then you got a plane that got shot down, I think it was in Pennsylvania, one heading to the White House, but there was no debris. And then there's the missile that was supposed to be a plane that hit the Pentagon. It's funny, it's been, this is 2025, that happened in 2001. It's been 24 years, and it's still is a big mystery. And, you know, Trump, he's pulling up all the dirt on everything on JFK and all that stuff, but he didn't try to inquire about 9/11. Yeah, no bodies. The only deaths that I even know of that's been confirmed are the people that were in buildings. I like to think that he's working brick by brick. Yeah, he's got a lot to uncover, that's for sure. And many cover-ups. And it's not just the US government, it's every government. Look at the Canadian government for the last 9 years. That man never gave a straight answer about anything. They could ask him what he had for dinner and he'd make an hour-long speech about how he's doing the best for Canadians, and in the end, you still don't know what he had for dinner. And now his twin is in power, so it's no better. And I can't believe people vote for these people. I don't get it. It's their plan there and everything. Yeah. Well, it's that whole New World Order reset thing. 'And the problem is too many people in the world are too dumb to realize it. 99% of the people that voted for Kamala Harris just did it because they don't like Trump. I mean, that's not a good reason. Let's vote for an idiot because we don't like the other idiot. That just seems really stupid. Well, churches are the worst. They're the most corrupt of all, I think. You still with us, UP? So we needed an alcoholic female running the country. Yeah, but don't you like yellow buses? They have big wheels that go round and round. To me, it doesn't matter that she's a female or anything like that. It's just her mentality. She has the mentality of a 5-year-old. And how can you have somebody like that running a country? I mean, you already had somebody like that for 4 years. You just got rid of him. That's just embarrassing for the states to have him as a president. That just makes the country look really sad and foolish, in my opinion. Pretty sure the guy can't butter his own toast, but he can. But they have him as president. Seems kind of crazy. Scripture says women aren't to rule over men. Well, not in my household. That was a joke too. Well, you and I know in this country that women automatically take a submissive role, I guess we'll say. They already take a lower role than the man. They automatically allow the man to be the leader of the family. And it just honestly makes sense because how do I say this without starting a controversy? Because the man is the strength in the household and he's going to do what is best for everybody and keep everybody safe, I guess we'll say. That's the instinct that men have, is to protect. Always speak the truth, never worry about controversy, and then get shot in the neck. gonna be a man or a mouse, I'd rather die on my feet than on my knees. Absolutely. Same here. There's not much I can do to defend my family, I guess we'll say, in a scenario that could happen here. But I'm the first line of defense, and I'm gonna keep them as busy as I can to, if it came down to it, I'd keep them as busy as I can to give everybody a chance to get far away. Certainly wouldn't be a coward and run away from them. Only if I'm taking them in the opposite direction. Try and pick a safe area, yeah. Well, you mean a safe area away from our house? I don't really want to leave my house behind either. Yeah, stay out of radicalized areas. Well, we're not technically in the radicalized area. We are just on the edge of it. So I don't have any intention to go and visit there right now. This is all new to me. I'm used to living in a country where stuff like this doesn't happen. And if it did, there'd be it'd be shut down so quick before it even started. I wouldn't move to the end of Compton, would you? I don't know. I don't know what Compton's like. I'm assuming it's the hood. Don't know if I would or not. Probably not. Did I know this information when I moved here? No. But I don't think it's. I don't think it's enough problem for me to just say, okay, well, I don't want to live here at that point. I mean, I got a volcano not far from me too, and I'm not worried about that either. So it's erupted twice since I've been here, and the wind blows the right direction, I guess. So we haven't even got the ash from it or anything. Research is important. Yes, you're right about that. And when we were looking for a piece of land to buy here, I wanted to buy a piece of land up in the mountains. And my wife said something about that and said that there's, um, I don't know the word she used, um, not terrorists, but rebellions. That's what she used. Rebellions. There's rebellions that live there, and I didn't really think much of it. And then here we are, and those mountains are the same mountains that I was wanting to buy the land in, and that's where this is happening. So it didn't really phase me what she was saying at the time. I was thinking more rebellions. I was thinking more that they would just, they wouldn't want people in that area coming to them. Not so much that they would go spread out from there. Why are you up so late, Kev? It's 2:30 in the morning. You haven't adapted to the time here yet, or what? You sleep in shifts, like on purpose, or are you like an insomniac, or what? Work a little, sleep a little. Oh, you're fully Filipinized then. Work a couple hours, have a 2 hour siesta, then a merienda, and then another siesta, then 2 hours work, and then go home. Well, that's why we're here, is to be able to kick back a little bit and not have to work so hard, because you don't have the same bills that you had in North America. So it gives you the opportunity to actually relax a little bit and not have to work till you're ready to drop. So it is nice. I know they use the term island life, generally referring to the Caribbean, but I feel kind of like it's the same here. I think any island is like that. It seems like that anywhere island you go to, people are pretty relaxed and they don't work too hard. And I don't have a problem with that, except for when I'm paying people, then I kind of want them to work. I like when people earn their money instead of just trying to take a free ride. Things are insane in the US, like what, the cost of everything? Shrinkflation is definitely a real thing. I'll tell you that. Try to buy a block of marble cheese, when I was in Canada, and man, has it ever gotten thin. It's the same length that it used to be, but it used to be like 2 inches thick, and now it's like a half inch thick. You want to make a grilled cheese, you can pretty much just buy a brick, throw it on the bread, and make one sandwich with it. Crime, corruption, etc. Yeah, well, there is that too. Alberta's about to bail out of Canada. They're tired of getting robbed. Yeah, but they've been saying that for years and years. I think it's the three. I think it's BC, Alberta, and Saskatchewan. I think they're the three that keep talking about separating or joining the states. But I don't think it'll ever happen. It's just like Quebec separating. They were talking about that for years and years too. They'd never survive without Canada. They'd have to join the states. That's the only way they could do it. But they wanted to be an independent country, as far as I know. Nobody's happy with just the way things are. They gotta mess with it. They just gotta mess with it and make it worse, is all it's gonna do. Everything's a downhill slide. Well, the roads are pretty quiet tonight. I haven't seen any military go by. They probably don't even want to go in there after last night. I think it was around this time of night that I saw them going in last night. Well, it's not even night, it's morning now. So, Kev, a little change of subject. How much language have you learned since you lived here? I'm assuming, I don't know what they speak in, what do they speak? Bisaya, I'm guessing? Here comes a tricycle. Motorcycle. Not much. My wife made fun of me. I find it really, really hard to learn a language here. I don't know why, but it's just very difficult. And I think it's just because you can't translate things word for word. You have to just know phrases instead of going word for word. You know, like Latin-based languages, you can go word for word. Like if you're learning Spanish, you can take a sentence and take every word and turn it into the Spanish word and make the sentence. Whereas here, you have to know the phrase that goes with that particular thing that you're trying to say. And I think that's why it's difficult. And then the rules change all the time on what word to use, and nobody can explain when to use one word versus the other word for the same word. It means the same thing, but you have to use it differently depending on what you're saying. I see foreigners, I'm calling them foreigners now. I see expats that come here and they'll, learn Tagalog and they'll speak it fluently. And I have no idea how they can even do that, how they can wrap their head around that, because I've been here 2 years and I've learned very little. I can get my point across, but I can't really, there's no way I can have a conversation. It drives me crazy they call females him. Yes, no kidding. They'll tell you a story. My aunt and my uncle went to the store and he fell down the stairs and then she went to the hospital and he went home and called him and then she went there as well. And then you're so confused with the he and him and she and her, and you're like, our brains don't work that way because we depend on that pronoun, I guess they call it. We depend on that to help us draw a visual picture of who we're talking about. I don't even think they can speak the language. That's true. The other day, I asked my wife how to say something in Ilongo, and she spent 30 seconds thinking about it. I'm like, isn't this your language? We really depend on the pronouns, and I don't know how they get by. I really don't. I mean, how many times have you driven somewhere and had a Filipino giving you directions? I mean, that's a nightmare in itself. Because if they talk, the only thing you're going to get out of them is that they say there, huh? And they're pointing as if you're supposed to be looking where they're pointing instead of watching the road. But most of the time, they're just pointing with their mouth, and you're supposed to somehow psychically know what they're saying, what they're trying to tell you. They'll tell you to turn as you're halfway through the intersection. Got to count our blessings. Oh yeah, absolutely. But we can still poke fun at it because we live it every day. There's nowhere else that I would rather be than where I am right now. Always ask three people and go with the majority. So you just ask three people, see which way their lips are pointing, and try to average it out between them and get the right general direction. I remember it was like the first week we were here, and I had just bought the van, and we were looking for a store for something, and my wife says, "Stop here." And I said, "Where?" And she says, "Here." And I'm like, "There's nowhere to stop. There's nowhere to pull over. I can't get off the road." And she says, "Just stop." And so here I am stopped in the right lane of the road and thinking like, I can't be here. And I'm looking for a parking lot or something. I'm looking for somewhere I can get off the road. And it took me not long to realize that that's what everybody does. They just stop in the road, and it's perfectly normal. But it's just the most odd thing when you first get here and experience something like that. And now I drive really badly, and I fit right in because now I'll drive down the left side of the road to go to somewhere where I'm going because I don't want to cross over to cross back over again. So I'll just drive down the left lane. I've become one of them. Like how they used to put their rice on the street. Yeah, you got to change lanes because there's rice laid out to dry. I go back to Canada and I drive there, and all I do is worry when I get there that I'm going to drive like crap and get in a whole bunch of trouble because I'm not even used to stopping at intersections. But it's funny because somehow my brain switches over and I just automatically drive normal again when I'm there. It's really weird. I didn't even use my horn once when I was in Canada. It was weird, and I passed a lot of people. For those of you that are listening that aren't familiar with driving in the Philippines, the horn is really the only thing that you need that works on your vehicle. You don't need lights, you don't need signals, you don't need anything, just the horn. The horn is how you communicate. You want to go through an intersection, you hit the horn to let them know that you're coming through. You want to pass somebody, hit the horn because they're not going to look. They want to make a left turn, they're not looking. They're not looking to see that you're beside them. They're just going to turn into you, so you have to hit the horn to let them know that you're there, and then just hope that they actually paid attention to the fact that you honk the horn and don't cut you off anyway, because they'll still possibly do that. Muscle memory, yeah. It's just funny that I go there and drive normal, and I can come here and drive what would be normal here, and there's no like transition period or anything other than today. I caught myself putting my seatbelt on. I don't know where that came from. Most people lights don't even work. Well, that's what I mean. You don't need them. What do you need lights for? You actually want people to see you on the road at night? No, as long as you got a horn, you're good to go. If they had safety inspections here, that's all they would do is you'd pull in, they'd hit the horn and say, "Yep, you're good." My wife was worried about my windshield because it's cracked. She was worried about us getting in trouble for having a cracked windshield. And I'm like, you got to be kidding me. I see these, I see sugarcane trucks going around. They don't even have lights. Like they physically don't have lights on them. They look like stripped down wrecks driving down the highway. and nobody bothers them. I'm thinking a little crack in my windshield isn't going to be, shouldn't be a problem anyway. If anything, I think maybe I get in trouble because my lights all do work. Oh, there's a gecko. Oh, that was 6. So I guess the gecko predicts whether it's going to rain or not. And if it's an even number, it's not going to rain. If it's an odd number, it's going to rain. Well, he did it 6 times, so I guess it's not going to rain. I don't know if you guys could hear the gecko or not. For all you Westerners, we get geckos for free. We don't have to go to the pet store and pay $200 for them. They just move into the house for free. Work on it before it gets bad. Research how to seal cracks. Oh, it's already done cracking. It's already spidered to where it's going to go. It's not in my view. It doesn't really bother me, so I'm not overly concerned about it. Eventually, I'll get a new windshield, but I really don't care that much. It just makes my vehicle blend in. It looks like crap, and it fits in with all the rest of the crap vehicles here, so I don't want to stand out anyway. If it was too pretty, then people would want to break into it and steal stuff. As it is, I leave the keys in it when I park somewhere. I figure it's ugly enough, nobody's going to even think they want to take it or steal anything out of it. They figure I have no money anyway. I tell you, this van's been pretty good to me. The only thing that's gone wrong with it is a fuel pump. Other than that, it just keeps going. We abuse it. We put 6 bags of concrete in it at a time, or 15 people. So do you think the thing with Russia is going to go high? I'm not really sure what's going on with Russia. I don't watch the news very much. I just catch whatever I see on YouTube shorts, and I don't believe half of it anyway. I'm not really a big political guy. I try to live under a rock and not see what's going on around me, because then I don't have to stress about it. I think China is going to move in Taiwan. Well, that's what they're thinking about. Are you thinking that Russia's going to back them on that? I know they had a meeting between them and North Korea and then a few other places. seems to be becoming like a chess game. Everybody's picking their side of the chessboard to gear up for a global event. And NK, North Korea, yeah. Well, you've seen them all in a meeting, almost practically holding hands together. I think they're going to have to get some more friends if they want to actually try to battle half the world. They're going to need a few more friends. Yeah, because there's a lot of power coming from all the other countries that are grouped together against them. I felt I'm starting to feel a little uneasy being here, but the only thing that makes me feel somewhat confident is that Big Brother's sitting there, and but if it wasn't for that, I mean, like we don't have there's no protection in this country. There's no military, nothing to speak of anyway. I mean, it's kind of like Canada. Canada has nothing. Canada goes to war, they're going to launch a canoe and a Cessna. That's pretty much what they have for military vehicles. But they don't need it either. Nobody hates Canadians. Nobody hates Canada. Nobody wants to mess with them. Because us Canadians, we just mind our own business. The U.S. is moving in big time in Old Besek here. I don't know what Old Besek is. Old bases, sorry. My screen's dirty. I thought that was a C. And Old bases here. Yeah, I heard that they have like 6 bases going on now. Like I said, I'm glad U.S. is on our side here because without them, we're pretty much screwed. More bases than 6. Well, that's good. It's a perfect location for them anyway because it gives them a station to dispatch out of on this side of the world. And that's one reason why I like this country is because it's a peaceful country like Canada. Nobody hates Philippines. even China doesn't hate Philippines. They just want to be bullies and try to move in on their spot. They just see weakness, or they think they see weakness and think that they can take advantage of it. I think it's kind of like the Russia-Ukraine thing. I think Putin thought that Ukraine was very weak, and they really surprised them with that war. They put up a much bigger fight than he was expecting. Never underestimate your opponent, that's for sure. When people are fighting for their lives, they can accomplish quite a bit. Oh, there's a puppy dog. Come back to protect me. Where'd you go? What are you doing, puppy girl? Hmm? Stay down, huh? Stay down. Don't need you in my lap. I can pet you just fine when you're on all four legs. No problem. Yeah, she came to get some airtime. She wants to be famous on YouTube. You look tired, baby. Me too. Yeah, I know, Kev. I know you told me that. I don't remember his name. It's a male. It's like a 3-letter name, I think, like Sam or something like that. I do remember we talked quite a while ago. It was over a year. Max, there you go. See, I knew it was a 3-letter name. Loki. I got a new baby here now. I'll try to get him over here. Loki. There he comes. Loki. Come here, baby. Come here. Come here, baby. Yeah, sneak a hide. Okay, I don't need you in my lap. There he is. That's a Loki. Hi, baby. Yeah. You tired too? Yeah, Nika here, she's 2 years old as well. He's going back to his gravel pile. I don't know why he likes laying in the gravel. The whole place is for him to lay. He has a dog bed, but gravel seems like a better choice. She lays down on the hard concrete floor. You guys are really weird. And they're allowed on the bed too, so like, no excuse. Crazy animals. Yeah, it is probably cooler. You're right. I was thinking that, but it can't be that comfortable. We'll let the dogs up here. Loki is Nika's little sidekick. He doesn't even like toys. He just likes her. So she plays with a toy and he just bites on her. Yours digs aircon. Yeah. Well, let me show you something. Oops. So there's my aircon for my office. My office is on the other side of that wall. And there's the dog. Oh, I lost my base. There's the doggy door there. And that's exactly what that's for, so that they can go in anytime they want to get into the cool and get out of the heat. It gives them relief from the heat for sure, because shepherds are not designed for this kind of temperature. Now I noticed Nika lately, she doesn't go in the aircon as much. It seems like now that she's older, she doesn't need it as much. She's gotten used to the temperature better. But the pup, he sure likes to go in there. He's been going through that doggy door since he was like 9 weeks old. Figured that out really quick, just from watching her. And he's in there every day. He practically lives in my office all day, sleeps in there all day, and then comes out at night to play. Make sure your doggy door is lockable. People send their kids in them to break into houses. Well, my doggy door is inside my house. I'm in the garage here right now. And technically, I don't have doors on my house. So they're not going to go through the doggy door anyway. I don't think they'd even really notice it there unless they're watching this video. And there's only 5 people watching it, so one of them know where I live. Well, the power to you. But that girl right there laying in front of the van, you got to deal with her first. You're not going to like what she has to offer you as a greeting. One guy already found that out one night. He hopped the fence, thought the place was empty, nobody was here. The street lights weren't working, so it was pitch black. And he hopped the fence, and she went after him, and he hopped another fence to get out of the yard. I bet you he got over the second one quicker than the first one. Shepherds are protective. Well, absolutely. That's the only breed I ever wanted, is shepherds, because they're intelligent, they're protective, they're territorial, so they stay at home, they don't want to wander off. I can go open the gate right now and the dogs won't even go out the gate. They stay in here. They have no desire to go anywhere. They're happy at home. I just think they're a good all-around dog. They're good with kids. You know, the kids lay on these dogs. And they're quite happy with that. They're okay with that. They're content. They're very confident animals too. That's what I like about them. They have a lot of confidence, so they're not nervous, so they don't tend to get too excited about things. It's all I've ever had is shepherds, and it's all I ever will have. Because I like the way they are. I like their personalities. They're all the same dog. Literally, you get a shepherd, you've got the same dog as everybody else has, because they all have the same brain. They all work the same way. If you've had one shepherd, then you understand every shepherd. My dog in Canada, I still have a shepherd in Canada that my friend and his family, they took her over, I guess we'll say, when I left. But this dog here acts just like her. It's almost like the same dog, just in a different body. But she has the same traits and personality and everything. check out the news that said stock up, lock up, and get ready for whatever that is. All right, well, thanks for dropping by, and you know how to get a hold of me, so we should keep in touch. Maybe I'll still manage to wander out your way soon. Oh, gotcha. All right, well, have a good night, Kev. Look at that, Kevin's leaving and my flashlight died at the same time. It's a sign maybe I should go to bed too. "3:07 a.m. 2 more hours to daylight. Who else is out there? Anyone else want to chat? Don't be scared. It's free to chat. It's free to hit the thumbs up too if you don't mind. Free for you and it helps me. It's a good deal. Oh, hey, UP. Thanks for coming back. Just feeling lonely here. Kev there, he's been subscribed, I guess, for a couple years now. Pretty much since I moved here, eh? Anyway. Gotta head out in a little bit for granddad's football practice. Grandkids football practice. I got a smudge on my screen, makes it hard to read. And I'm cross-eyed at this point because I'm so tired. Well, that's cool, Kev. You can, Kev, sorry, UP. You can go ahead and do that. I think I'm gonna cut the feed and try to get some sleep after we're done here. I'm only 50 and I have 6 grandkids already. Makes me feel old. Well, I'm right behind you, but no grandkids yet. So I'm lucky. But I have a newborn baby, and that's kind of crazy. If I was ever giving advice to somebody, now is the time to have kids at my age, because when I was younger, I had too much drive to do other things, and having kids just slows you down, makes it so you can't be adventurous, you can't do the things you want to do, not as easily anyway. And so I would recommend to have kids when you're older, when you're ready to sit back and you no longer have the ambition to ramble everywhere. I'm just quite content to be home now. I don't advise women wait until my age to have babies, but it might not work out so well for them. But with the exchange rate coming from Canada to Philippines, I get a wife just the right age. Works out perfectly. She can have kids, I can have kids. I say exchange rate because I've never seen a foreigner with somebody their age. I use the word foreigner again. And if I met a girl in this country their age, that girl probably isn't interested in them anyway. Because they like older men. Much traffic been by? Not really. It's pretty quiet. It's quieter than usual. Last night was absolutely dead. I was up a long time last night, like till later than now, and literally I saw a tricycle, one tricycle, and then military vehicles. That's all I saw. So we've got a little bit more going on tonight, but not the usual. I haven't seen a single sugarcane truck go by, which is really weird because they're always traveling at night to avoid the LTO, and I haven't seen one go by. And you know, normally you'd see them every 10 to 15 minutes, you'd see one. If I suddenly see a bunch of traffic going north, then I'd be concerned. That's probably when I would load up the family and join them. That'd be my early warning system. least being the only road you have that early morning. Yeah. Also being the only road, it makes it kind of worrisome because there's no way out. If they decided to block the road, then we're going nowhere. I really don't like that. I wish there was more routes out of here. There's lots of roads, but they're all dead ends. The bad part is being easily trapped. Yeah, exactly. I've studied the maps pretty carefully, looking for some other route. But there's nothing. It's like it all just dead ends everywhere you go. It's like trying to solve a maze, but you never find the finish line. I guess there is another road. I'm looking right now on a map. There is another road that takes off, but and it's not far from me here. But I don't feel that that road is going to be a very accessible road. I don't even know where it is. I've never even seen it before. I'll have to keep my eyes open next time, because it does look like it makes it to the highway anyway, the bypass highway. It's not far from where we are. But I see another road here that is marked that's just south of my place, and it's showing it as being a road, but it's literally a trail. So that's probably what the other one is too. Just because it shows it as a road on the map doesn't mean it's a road. We have a general flood advisory in our area, just to add to everything else. Throw in a typhoon and we'll be all set. Well, guys, I'm pretty beat. I say, guys, there's 2 people watching. Oh, no, we bumped up to 4. Hey, don't forget the thumbs up before you run away, huh? Help us out here. Really appreciate that. All right, UP, I guess it's just you and me, my friend. I'm going to sign off here. You got to go see your grandkids. Wait a minute, you're heading out in a little bit for your grandkids' football practice at 3:30 in the morning? Seems a little early. Or are you in Bohol right now, or are you in California? You're not. Sorry, I'm confusing you with Cal. I'm sorry. You're not in Bohol. You're in the U.S. You're in Detroit. You're in Michigan. I mean, that makes a lot more sense. You have to head out for 4 in the afternoon. Okay, well, obviously I'm brain dead now. So I guess we'll chat with you later. Don't forget to contact me, and we'll do a collaboration. Just waiting to see your response before I hang up. Maybe you're already gone, and you just left the feed going. Hey guys, hit the like button and help us out here, huh? Or not. To everybody else watching this, don't forget to like, subscribe, all that cool stuff. If you literally watched the 4.5 hours of this, I commend you. It was just a whole bunch of nothing. Gibberish. But thanks for supporting our channel. We really appreciate that. Have yourselves a good day or night. Take care. God bless. Bye-bye.